Howdy, howdy. Yo, bro, I didn't expect to get a comment out of nowhere, but what's your favorite sewage driver mission? I'm too high to read sometimes. I imagine that is one of those games where you drive around. Unfortunately, the only game that I've really played for racing games or drive around games is Need for Speed Rivals, bro. Need for Speed Rivals was a real bop, though. I'm not gonna lie, it was one of those games where I was kind of an asshole in that game. Not gonna lie, I was a real asshole in Need for Speed Rivals. I was kind of a player killer. I was a PK, and not gonna lie, I was a real shithead back in the day. I was a player killer, and Need for Speed Rivals, I was ruining people's day. They could not drive around and have fun if I was in their server. So how's it going? On a subjective level, of course. Objectively, everybody's life is horrible. Like, objectively, negativity, big bad, big sad, not very rad. Y'all, we out here just straight waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know. People to appear. Or to ask questions or join. But, mainly I'm hoping people join so, I can talk to some people. But if people just want to comment, that'd be also awesome. I can respond to comments. It's just not as vivid. I don't get to vibe as hard with a random stranger. Unless someone I know joins the chat, which then I'd be like, hey, person I know, how's it going? And then we talk about whatever the fuck is on their mind. It's my mind. There's nothing really important that goes on in this Chrome Dome. It's just sadness and the desire to die. just gonna look at my D&D stuff while I wait for people to join. Low key, if you're gonna like join the chat, like try to comment that you're gonna join the chat, because I'm not gonna be paying very much attention to like the little bottom part of my screen that's like, hey, I'm trying to join. So, but also if you're gonna comment, just comment away. Also, if I'm loud as shit or quiet as shit, please let me know. So I have an Aarakocra. I don't know how to pronounce it. The Eagle people from D&D. I'm making one of them. Well, I have one made already. And basically, I have to make a backstory for this lad. Now, his name's Eagly, like the eagle from Peacemaker. So I'm thinking make the story of like this man has to be patriotic as shit. Okay, this has to be a very patriotic bird, and I don't know why he's gonna be patriotic yet, but he has to be patriotic as shit. And I have a feeling it has to be because I had like an owner in the past, but not like an owner, because like he's a free bird, but like maybe like he was an indentured servant or something like that to like a djinn in the plane of air. And that djinn was very patriotic. It's a plane of air, I guess, you know. So he's gonna be a real plane of air patriot, just like real nationalist of the plane of air. Oh my gosh, yes, I'm gonna make a plane of air nationalist that just kills everybody in the name of the plane of air. Yup, that sounds about right. That sounds like what an eagly would be. Very patriotic. Much air. Hmm. 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 Good. Good. It makes sense that he has psychic damage because America. We just deal psychic damage by talking. Plus, anything in the plane of air uses this mind quite a bit to learn how to move through the plane of air. Otherwise, they fall because they don't understand how mind stuff works in the plane of air. Gravity, what's absent. It's all part of the mind. Plane of air is pretty cool in D&D. Okay. Hmm. How loud is it when I talk? Okay, I think it's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. Yeah, how's it going, Marco? No.
No. How could you be worthy? You're all killers. I'm sorry, I was asleep. I was a dream. There was a terrible noise, and I was tangled in Eastern time. Strings. You want to protect the world, but you don't want it to change.
I like that. Geometry of belief. I think a lot about Meteor, the purity of them. Boom. Begin. Start again.
Beautiful.
Everyone creates the thing they dread. Men of peace create engines of war. Invaders create avengers. People create children, designed to supplant them, to help them end. Your intentions to be hostile.
How could you?
I'm here to help. Stop.
I'm sorry, I know you mean well, but down in the real world we're faced with ugly choices.
It's very intentional.
These puppets.
You think I'm Love Stark's puppets as hollow men? Look at me. Do I look like Iron Man? Stark is... Don't compare me with Stark. He's a sickness. That is the mission. You forget. I've moved beyond your mission. You know what's in that cradle? The power to make real change. And that terrifies you. You take away my world, I take away yours.
There's only one path to peace. The Avengers' extinction.
This is how you end, Johnny. This is peace in my time.
I don't want to kill Ultron. He's unique. And he's in pain. You're afraid.
Of you.
Of death. You're the last one.
You were supposed to be the last.
I suppose we'll both disappoint us.
I suppose we are.
Rest in peace, my good brother.
What is this?
Bye. Okay. Is it my beans or? Oh, okay. Yeah. I gotcha. That explains why Luna's down here. Merkel, you're super leak easy. And like, I'll just bring up the whole chair. I was rolling. Yeah. Dog. Luna. 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 What's poppin'? I know, but I don't actually like you very much. Fair enough. Why? Why are you sit in my lap? What? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dad went to work and you're just sad. It's just how life be. It's misery, I know. Howdy, howdy. I'm currently just doing some AI artwork on my phone for funsies. It's weird how people will quietly watch me. Oh, never mind, they're still here. I thought someone was I thought you ducked out of the chat right once I looked up, and I was like, wait a minute. That's just weird. But you're still here. How's it going? On a subjective level, of course. Objectively, life's kind of meh for everybody. Life treating you well? Because life has been treating me like, kind of shit, but alright on the whole. So, life has thrown me plenty of bones, but at the same time, it's also throwing me a few knuckle sandwiches, if you know what I mean. Not literal ones, but I've gotten a few rounds of life, and I've lost a few. I'll add you in. Howdy, howdy.
Yeah, what's this about?
What's this about?
Yeah.
Procreation ethics of having children, breeding animals into existence, like livestock, pets, things of that nature.
Hold on. I'm not able to send it here. Check your YouTube comments. Begins on page 12.
Page 12 here. For my account right here.
Yeah.
Comments. Do you leave the comment today?
Yeah.
Wow, 1 second. Held for review. Okay, there's none being held for review. Published. Haven't responded. Here, I'm just gonna. Are you just another YouTuber?
Kind of, but I'm also trying to educate people on I think what's a serious topic, but more people should know about because it would expand.
Oh no! I mean there's a YouTube account called Just Another YouTuber. I didn't mean are you just another YouTuber?
Oh no, no, that's not me. I'm
okay.
Kid.
Okay, cool. I don't see your comment for some reason. I see hello in the comment section of this video, but
yeah, it seems that my link didn't go through. All .gov links don't go through on YouTube for some reason.
If you tell me the name of it, I can try to type it in my search bar.
That's the thing is that you have to do digging for these things because they don't want people really looking into it. If you know the like the specific ID of the unclassified document, then you'll be able to find it. But let me think of something I can do.
Oh, are you? Wait. I'm curious. Are you here to talk about procreative ethics, or are you more of in the conspiracy theory fold?
Any conspiracy at all. This is genuinely the hidden reality of humanity and the ethics in question about all of this. You can expand your consciousness to great lengths and your understanding of what ethics is like.
I've expanded my consciousness, brother, if you know what I mean. But
yeah.
But I'm not. I don't know about what you're talking about. I mean, you can try to. Explain to me, and maybe I'll buy into it. But when it comes down to it, I don't really believe in anything supernatural or psychic or extra abilities of humans.
You don't believe anything like that because of what?
There's no evidence as far as I know. I mean, evolution wouldn't randomly allow us to have psychic ability as far as I'm aware. It's mainly just, claws and teeth, and, now we've gotten social skills, which allowed us to commingle and make tools, but I don't see any reason for it to give us, like, psychic abilities.
And what do you think about all the CIA, DIA, FBI projects about them recruiting people like remote viewers? Them, saying that it's legitimate because they were trying to do things with those people, like gather information. And well, I just been looking into some things, and I need to expand people's understanding of things, really, because this is I don't know where if I don't tell people this, we're gonna head down a spiral. We're
I
all
mean,
gonna.
the way I look at it is it doesn't really quite matter if gods exist or not, because either way, God's spiritual realm exists, doesn't exist. What matters is the fact that experience generates value, and pain has objectively more value than pleasure does. So, I mean, at least in like most people's opinions, I mean, it is usually aligned. And if you like look what people value, it's typically pain based rather than pleasure based. Most people will not trade large quantities of pain for pleasure. So, in my humble opinion, I don't really think ethics needs to involve anything in the spiritual realm. Though, I mean, if that exists, I mean, that's interesting. And I think it's definitely something that we ought to know, because, it's important to know if the government's like hiding shit from us. Like, I'm all about like Snowden and Chelsea Manning and all of them like releasing information, like whistleblowers are my kings and queens. But when it comes down to it, there's just like not many conspiracy theories that I buy into when it comes down to it. At least not like of the supernatural origin. Like I know MK Ultra went on back in the day, and I believe that there's potentially still stuff like that going on in terms of experimentation. I just don't think they're really successful in terms of anything. I mean, I just think people are stupid and easily susceptible to information, but like, and false information. But other than espionage and like terms of media, and like false informations and like all that type of stuff, and like controlling what's being like spread in terms of media, outside of that of like espionage and mind control, quote unquote, I don't really think there's much going on. So
Would you give me an opportunity to what is it? Completely change your view on what reality is, if you were to allow me to. Let's say if I could humor you, right?
sure.
Because well, based on what I've learned, everyone, like at least 95% of the people on this planet, have been tricked into living this manufactured reality of the endless cycle that the elites have going on. Here's something that it just isn't real from what is actually going on. Um, too many connections, too much evidence that I've been gathering over a course of 4 to 5 years so far, and I could keep going on probably and get more evidence of the state of humanity can improve by like tenfold, and without pain there is no pleasure. That is
No, I
true.
mean, I don't doubt that there's tons of things that are fucked up about like just the United States alone when it comes to like social. In terms of happiness, people are generally happy once their basic needs are met. Like statistically, happiness stops being affected by money and income in the United States once you make around 70 to 90K a year. And in European countries, it's far less because their governments provide things for them. So I don't disagree with you when it comes down to like the fact that we could massively improve the quality of life of like everybody on Earth, like in an instant, by just stop being as wasteful as we are, stop investing in all this bullshit and like having all this waste, when we could be essentially having jobs and like more like non-wasteful, like just business as usual, soak it up by the big companies type of bullshit. but I don't think that inherently fixes the problem with the human condition and just the condition of like life in general.
Well, uh, let me think. It's kind of hard to tell someone about this because it means having to change your lifestyle, your entire thinking, everything about it changes you so fast, and you can never go back once you dip into this. You can never really all the information, it runs through your head every second of the day. At least that's from my experience.
I mean, same here when it comes to negative utilitarianism, my dude. Like the world's just suffering, and there's like basically everything you think you're doing is just really basically psychological hedonism of trying to avoid pain and get relief sensations.
We can start at one place. Where would you like to start? Are the archaeological side of it, or the human side of it?
Um, let's go human side, just because I know things about humans, I guess.
Do you know what the gateway process is?
I've heard of that. I think it's something about astral projection, if I remember right.
Well, it's is CIA documentation talking about some experiments and a lot of research that they've been doing on the human condition in general, and what's up with us really. And they've come to the determination that people that practice things like meditation or tai chi, things like yoga, a lot of they start changing their brain waves differently. And well, to cut it short,
I'm
people
aware.
have the ability to change the quantum field and affect reality just by thinking about it. Like I'm telling you, like right now, you could think about something and make it come into fruition just by thinking about it.
Well, the
So,
only thing that I want to come into fruition is the death of all life. So the
yeah, that's the
cessation of
problem.
all of existence. So unless I can do that, yeah, then my desires are pretty limited.
I think I can flip that around for you completely. If I were to tell you what I based on my research, I can show you hard evidence. What I think really like where we are, because we've been tricked into thinking this is reality, and it's the farthest thing from that. Like, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe.
I don't believe it, but do try to convince me. I have plenty of time.
How long are you gonna be here?
Uh, a f- basically, I have a few hours. I'm not really doing much of anything.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, Let me think.
At some
So
point,
the
I'll dip out for like a smoke break, but I can pretty much bring my computer with me, I guess, if I want to. So,
Yeah. How much do you know about human anatomy?
uh, I passed my high school anatomy class, but other than that, not much. Like I'm pretty shit at remembering terminology, so like if you gave me an anatomy quiz now, I'd fail it. So, no, not very good.
You know about well, the saying, the like the third eye and all that stuff you hear. It's really cheesy.
Yeah, you're gonna talk about the pineal gland?
Yeah, man.
Oh boy, I've heard about
That
some stuff, but
there's just things that don't make sense because the ancients knew about that. Like in particular, they carved out, like the eye of Horus is an exact exact match of that, and I think that's been flowing around, but that's only like the tip of the iceberg of what's like what the ancients knew a lot about quantum physics. Like when you really look into it, they've their symbols and everything have meanings, yes, but there is literal quantum physics ingrained into every single culture, ancient culture in this entire world and on this earth, from South America, China, India, you name it. They all have things that only now that we've been looking into with modern technology, that we've been being able to, oh, how the hell did they know that so and so about the fabric of reality, about how energy is distributed in quantum mechanics and many other. How did they figure it out? How did they know all this?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can just figure out by thinking, I guess. Like the Greeks figured out atoms existed by just like understanding that there has to be like a smallest thing. And they understood how to like hydraulics work and like had like fire crews and stuff like that, you know. We don't give the ancients enough credit, you know. I agree with that aspect of it, but I don't think they had anything like super duper crazy that's been like lost the time. That's like something that we like wouldn't be able to figure out just in our own ways and or master. Like I know we've like discovered some things recently, like how they made their concrete, which is like stronger than our current version of concrete, which is pretty cool.
All that.
But like at the same time, it's just like, well, okay, like they have stronger concrete. You know, I don't think that it's like anything like crazy that they have that we've lost to time. You know.
Well, you're I don't want to offend you, but you're wrong because you know, why are all the pyramids around the world aligned perfectly on an X grid, with Giza being in the middle perfectly, and Giza being in the center of the world's landmass, just so happenly perfectly aligned to north and south precisely, like absolutely precisely? Why is it aligned on an X grid? Why are all the pyramids on all the continents in the world aligned on a perfect X formation? Like I drew it out on a map. You can do that.
I mean, it'd be pretty awesome if you could just show me the map being drawn out, but I feel like it's hard to on the maps are shaped a little bit more differently than like an ovular globe, like ovular shaped globe-ish thing is in like reality. So like, you know, I'm not sure how accurate it would actually be. But
Incredibly accurate. It's to the point where they built, well, I think based on my research, there was a time that humanity had to restart. And we were incredibly, like, all around the world. I'm not talking like one or two civilizations. I'm talking as a whole. We were actually all connected. Like we had a worldwide civilization that was incredibly advanced. And
as a
based on the evidence,
globalist, I 100% think that's awesome. But at the same time, I'm like, I highly doubt we ever got to that point in the past.
I could prove it to you, but it takes like, I've been studying this for 5 years, and what I've come to really know, and my conclusion is that we're fucking up right now. Like our
I
current
agree.
lifestyle, we are fucking up because we're getting away farther from what is actually real, and we're living like little fake, fantasy lives, like that don't really like genuinely, like we did things that are still unexplainable till this day. uh and I could provide a couple articles and examples, quantum physics discoveries about things that don't make sense. And but when you combine it from the perspective that I'm talking about, then it starts to align perfectly.
I mean, what do you think allowed the pyramids to be constructed then? That is like something that's like extraordinary to me.
Well, I need you to understand. Well, let me think. It's just it's hard to, like, I can't just straight up say it because I have to provide evidence. Number one, they recently come out, physics.org. You can Google this. And this is not, this should be talked about in the news, right? But they're not. No one ever, they release discoveries like this all the time, and they just slide it under the rug. It's still publicly accessible, but they don't like talk about it on Fox or CNN or shit like that. People would go nuts if they, that the Great Pyramid of Giza harnesses and focuses electromagnetic energy in its apex and shoots it out through the tip.
Yo, okay. Here, how about this? Do you have Facebook?
I have Insta.
Insta? That works, I guess. Can you message me or link me some of these articles potentially?
I can link you everything because this is like my life. because I'm trying to get people out of this paradigm right now. I'm trying to, because we're going to kill ourselves, like genuinely, if we keep using all these things with like fossil fuels and shit like that, things that are just going to destroy this earth and us on it. There was already technology, there was already 0 point energy before we even knew, energy from nothing. My Instagram's the same as my YouTube, but
Use mine if
369
you want.
again.
Yeah, you can add me on that right there, Brant.Cipher.
Okay.
The hippie looking dude.
Okay. I think I'm back.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, I'll add you later, because I'm gonna have to go in a bit, and then I'll probably come back. But there is just so many things about this earth that are, incredible beyond, belief. Like if I were to tell you all the things that they don't include in academia, like history and things like that, people will start to put the puzzle pieces pretty, they put them pretty fast, together, and they really don't want people, like, they don't want critical thinkers in society anymore, man. Because if people were all critical thinkers, they'd figure this out so quickly, and we'd be on our way to a better, higher civilization. But it's just,
What caused the other civilization to collapse, in your opinion? I mean, why do you think it wouldn't occur again?
we actually had the potential to get back to that and higher, but there was just a lot of different things that were just, it's crazy. What if I were to say it? I'd be like, you call me schizophrenic, but the evidence is so disturbing
To be
that I
fair, I
can't.
think a lot of people these days are schizotypical, but hey.
Well, there's a new scientific theory that is becoming mostly like reality at this point. Like they're starting to think it's just a fact that around 12,000 years ago there's a thing called a Younger Dryas impact. There was an asteroid that impacted Earth, and it caused a worldwide flood that wiped these civilizations out. And we know that they've at least got wiped out like 12,000 years ago because of a site called Göbekli Tepe. And that's been carbon dated 12,000 years ago. And they depict that on these giant megaliths that are aligned with constellations, that there was the horrible disaster, and they depict it in stone. The Giza has been proven, even though mainstream academia they don't acknowledge a lot of things about for instance, the Giza is just the best example I can think of right now, that it's aligned with the constellation of Orion, that it's never been a tomb, and they, from history in middle school and high school, that's all they tell you, and no one questions that shit. No one's gonna look that up in a book. But yeah, there was never a pharaoh found in there at all whatsoever.
I mean, they could have been looted by like robbers and stuff, but even so, it could have had other functions. Like just because like a lot of pyramids back in the days were built because like they thought the higher construction would be, you could pray at the top of them and be like being closer to God. But I mean, that to me that seems like be like a more plausible thing than like somehow stone being, I guess, used to like siphon energy of some kind. I don't know.
The stone itself is crystalline granite, and we use crystals in every single piece of technology right now to power the device you're talking to me on, and many other things. This granite, these number one, these blocks are impossible for human beings, even with a pulley to um make them. The way that they made the construction on the Giza, it's the accuracy of the blocks. They made shafts of accuracy inside that are like 30, like 33, like let me think. I think it was like 22 of an inch, like that small, like of accuracy, like laser precision. Like they literally made like modern construction out of these giant granite blocks that they're the Giza. The Giza is made out of a lot of things about the Giza point to it being some type of power plant. Like I'm not trying to like throw you a low ball or anything. I'm being genuine out of my heart. Like we we're only starting to understand this a little bit, and that the Egyptians most likely did not build, at least the dynastics. There was probably an older version of them, but at least the dynastics, they weren't the ones that built it at all.
I mean, it would have been built over like plenty of years. I mean, they could have like, I don't know, like rolled the stones onto like logs and shit like that, and rolled them like miles. I mean, I don't know. Like, it seems to me like there's other explanations of the supernatural ones that I'd be easier to accept for me. But I mean, you're gonna link me to articles later, so I mean, I'll read them. But
it's just kind of hard. How did they align it to Orion, like the constellation of Orion? At a certain point, like at least like after a couple thousand years, it aligns itself perfectly. Like the apex, the three pyramids that are in Egypt and Cairo. And it's not just Giza; it's the ones in Teotihuacan, and then what is it? The ones of the Mayan pyramids, and even there are even pyramids in China. Did you know that? Nobody knows that. But they're hidden. They're incredibly hidden. They've been allowed to grow over. A lot of these pyramids, like, just have trees on them and are a part of like a farmer's land or something, and they're not really acknowledged as pyramids. Uh, but they're right next to all these, like the oldest heritage sites from all around the world have these pyramids around them, with different qualities that are too like a lot of them are were built tuned to specific acoustics and sounds. Like the rooms themselves had built frequencies into them, like they were, so that if you were to sing in there, or it would resonate, giant waves of energy. The science behind this, man, it's incredibly suppressed, and only now is it really coming out. But we had it all. We had it all. From what I'm looking at, I'm crazy about this. I'm crazy about this. I can't.
I mean, I don't know, man. To me, I could imagine a world like 1,000 times better than this one, and I don't think it'll be worth for in terms of living in. Like, honestly, I don't believe in like a transhumanist utopia. Like there is no utopia in my opinion. Like, even if you can get to like this point, it's not enough to justify bringing new people into existence, or even for like to continue like existence, in my opinion. Like, the human nature is just a need machine, and so long as needs can be unsatisfied, I don't think it's worth it to bring a being into existence unnecessarily, or to really even continue, because I'm an identity nihilist. So,
Well, that's also a major part of the problem, is that they want people to think that we're simply highly evolved apes, and that because if we evolved here, right, that we have the right to destroy this planet because we're the one, and all that. How did you come to that? I don't know, train of thought. I'd like to know, honestly.
well, utilitarianism makes a lot of sense in general. Like, there's the trolley problem. Like, 5 people versus 1 person, I'm gonna pull the lever, it's 5 persons versus 1, that was pretty much my mindset for the longest time. And then eventually I realized I was wrong in terms of pleasure really having a ton of value, or even potentially even really existing. And so basically I became a negative utilitarian, and pretty much the logic of negative utilitarianism is that suffering is the ultimate value and ought to be reduced and prevented at all costs. So it's pretty much just trying to use utility to measure how much pain you can prevent on the maximum. And to do that, the maximum extent on Earth is essentially push the red button or extinct all life. And there's multiple ways we can go about extincting all life, but when it comes down to it, any amount of pain prevention is a good thing. So even if I convince a couple people not to reproduce, that's a good thing. But ultimately, the goal is to prevent as much suffering as possible, which we could do because there's no limit to nuclear yield and stuff of that. So we could blow up the planet, things of that nature. We could genetically engineer infertility into animals, in the keystone species and stuff like that, and generally collapse the planet's ecosystem within a few decades. So there are ways to go about EFILism, and that's basically how I think we should do it, is via nuking the planet. But I'm willing to hear out people that want to do genetic engineering and stuff. But I don't think there is any positive value to life, no matter what. We're basically just fighting. We're born into a state of deprivation, and we're just fighting to get towards a neutral, essentially.
And well, what if I told you we were already genetically engineered a long time ago? There are things about us that don't make sense as to how we evolved here. It didn't happen the way people think it does in their head every day. We didn't just come from monkeys. There's a clear period in history with all the scientific evidence and new things that people are looking into that our civilization, and more importantly modern Homo sapiens sapien, was put here. It was we're still a part monkey. I'm not saying outright. It's just that we're sort of a cross.
So you're thinking aliens came and basically came to our natural biodiverse planet and basically oh, we're just gonna take the smartest land creature and basically just fuck around with its genome, and that's how humans are made.
More than that, they put their DNA in us. We are the next progenitors of them. And the evidence that I have backed up, I have thousands of files on my desk right now that now I really understand why, we are a species with amnesia, because after the last cataclysm, they left, and they wanted us to start off on our own, because they started off with us and helping us, assisting us, but they, based on everything I know, and I know I'm just, you think, I could sound like I'm talking out of my ass, really.
To me, in my perspective, you sound just an average person with schizotypical personality disorder. But yeah. I'm willing to hear basically anybody out, because I have nothing better to do with my time. So it's why not?
Honestly, yeah. I mean, it's just that they kind of fought over us over our destiny. About there are two different sides, from what I've understood from ancient texts and many things like that. One wanted us to get to a higher plane of knowledge like them, and the other thought we were a mistake completely to begin with.
I mean, I'd agree with the second ones, I guess. But I mean, what's your opinion on the Dogon tribe? Because I've only heard a little bit about the Dogon tribe, but I mean, I've heard some people say oh, it's just Europeans told them about astronomy and such. But there's also a bunch of shit about the Dogon tribe that doesn't quite add up, and it's pretty interesting. But
that's all a part of that. because after 12,000 years ago, civilization was reseeded here. Like they put us back here because after there was a flood that wiped us out, and there's a bunch of archaeological, geological evidence that that happened, and it happened very quickly. But not only a flood, what is it called? A pole shift. There's just a massive wave of destruction that happened here, and there, the Dogon tribe would be like after it happened, after we were reseeded here, they came back to give us some knowledge because they knew that later on when we got to this advanced level that we're at right now, at least advanced in our eyes, that we would scratch our heads and be like, how do they know that? How does that tribe know that, among other things? What do you know? Like, do you know about specifically what it is?
In regards to what I know about the Dogon tribe is essentially some interesting things. They have like a little ceremony that happens every 60 years, which is coincidentally when their dark sun, which is basically a dead star, happens to a dwarf star basically, happens to get in close alignment to our own, but it's not visible via anything like telescope wise until like very recently in current technology. So it's pretty much impossible to tell that that was there via visual. I'm guessing that they figured it out based on just gravitational pulls and stuff of that knowledge, but other than that, I know they also have like they spin this like thing around that basically they say sounds like they're like god or star or whatever, which coincidentally actually sounds a lot like how stars, like if you translate the pulsing of their light into like frequencies of sound, it actually sounds a lot like wow wow wow, like when they spin their things around. So there's a lot of weird shit like that kind of just fucky wucky, and the fact that they have so much knowledge of astronomy, and the fact that they said it was all that they didn't learn it themselves and it was given to them by people that beings that walk or bigger than them, like giants essentially, that came down from that's like star system essentially. So it is really interesting and it's fucky wucky as shit. But I suspect it has to probably just be white Europeans that happen to know that stuff based off of like gravitational knowledge of like how things orbit. But that's just my assumption. So I have no clue.
Yeah. Well, that would be the case until, they know about the Sirius system, which is,
Sirius star system.
yeah, we didn't know that really existed. Unlike they were the first to know about it, as far as we know. The European researcher thing, we needed to be more like at least 200 years into the future, and at that point we would discover that there are Sirius A, Sirius B, and Sirius C, which is they even knew about like stars that are not visible to the human eye. And among that, they knew about these things that they drew on their.
Yeah, but like stars are so big that like they have like gravitational influences on things that would be visible to us. So like potentially we would be able to figure out that they're there just from the gravitational pulls on things we can see.
Yeah, but they knew a little bit too much for their own good. They knew about things called Adinkra codes, which are these patterns that they've drawn on their clothing and their ceremonial attire and things like that. And when you put these Adinkra codes into 3D versions of themselves, they turn into universal mathematics. Like it turns into what governs this, what governs space time, what is allowing space time to come into fruition to begin with.
That's pretty trippy as shit, actually. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it goes so deep that and also the Dogon tribe, their location is on this. It's on a grid, a part of the X grid. There's an X, and then in the middle of the X is where they're located, but it's the equator. It goes all around the Earth. So along this ancient grid that is also corresponding with electromagnetic energy, a lot of the oldest civilizations on Earth were built on that grid and connected. And I'll show you all that later. But
I mean, I do find it really interesting that like the CIA and shit were like trying to go after the dude that was like trying to release all that shit about the serious mystery. They were like watching him and like shit like that. So I think that is like interesting and weird that like the government took interest in him and was like trying to make him like shut up and stuff. But I mean, I don't know. It's just like one of those things where it's like, I hear about it and I've like heard some things here and there about like giants and like John Levy's channel about like the mud flood and resets and stuff like that. But it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, maybe the stuff that you'll link me later will clear some stuff up, but like for the most part, I don't know. It seems like there's other explanations that are like more feasible.
Well, for one, I mean, a lot of religions in the world. What do you believe in?
I am agnostic atheist slash pandeist, meaning I believe the Philippe Mainlander theory that essentially there would be like a perfect God slash singularity, like a multiversal like being that contains like all possibilities within its own being. And essentially it being a perfect being could do nothing but simply exist in its own perfection. And basically it could do one of two things: exist or not exist. And non-existence is the one thing it's never experienced. And given that I'm a negative utilitarian, I believe that there's far more value in pain than there is in pleasure. I believe that this God was compelled to commit a cosmic version of suicide, which gave birth to the universe.
You know, I've never heard that. That's actually an interesting take. Because as much as I know, even like from what I've known, I still don't have any clue how this universe was created. But I do know that we are in a fractal holographic universe. Now that means not that doesn't mean like we're in a computer program. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you study quantum physics and physics in general, research things like that, you'll begin to understand that the physical reality is not physical at all to begin with. That it's comprised of simply different levels of light that are guided by sound, by vibrations that collapse into 3D the physical objects, and that for some reason we have a code like this universe, like a video game code is governed by literal codes. And when you figure those codes out, you will begin to you can make anything you want a reality.
To be
Anything.
fair, when I've tripped balls on the highest level of psychedelics I've ever done in my life, I did see how Egyptian hieroglyphic code running down the walls of like just random buildings I was walking through. So that was pretty cool, but it was scary also. There was also like weird black holes that appeared in like the pores of my skin and stuff like that. But like, moral story is don't take 7 tabs of ALD52. You'll start to see some crazy shit. But yeah, when I was looking at a wall, Egyptian hieroglyphs started running down the wall like everywhere, like codes of like 1 and 0 shit from like the Matrix, but it was all like hieroglyphs. Uh, and I don't know why I saw hieroglyphs slash Egyptian symbols when I was tripping balls on LSD, but it's one of those really weird things that happens. Like I've heard quite frequently in people that trip balls is that they see like Egyptian symbols and hieroglyphs and like code and like stuff like that. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we're just everything is run on like a code of some sort, but like. I mean, to me, that code is just like the engines of like physics, I guess. But I mean, who knows what causes that like balance to occur and like the laws of physics to be the way they are. But I mean, I don't know.
Well, the reason, well, not many people have ever understood this, but the reason why you see those codes to begin with is because it's because of the origin of human beings. We were not, just 3D beings. We weren't just stuck, like we're not just purely stuck in this 3D reality. We actually came from higher realities, higher dimensions, fourth dimensional. And what merely happened is that we were kind of nerfed. I'm just gonna say it, and that we were nerfed because we got too powerful. Like I'm not even joking, man. We were nerfed, and they some of them felt threatened by our existence. We got too good.
Are you kind of like a Gnostic of some sort, or like the
No,
Archon?
I believe.
Oh, you accidentally muted yourself for a second.
I'll probably talk to you later. But
Oh, I got you.
all right, yeah. Are you gonna be live? I'll give you a
Yeah,
give you
yeah.
a
I'll
text or
be
something.
live. I'm
All
gonna
right.
be basically, if you want, I don't know when you're gonna be back, but I have nothing going on. 7:01 p.m. for me. I'm not gonna go to bed till like 11 p.m. probably, so I can pretty much just keep the stream rolling if you feel like it. I have no reason not to keep it rolling. So
All right. Well, you can keep it rolling. I'll just join later.
cool. Ciao.
All right.
Thanks for joining, by the way.
Yeah. See you.
Ciao. I'm not sure if he was a Gnostic or not, but it sounded like he was beginning to talk about like the archons and stuff, and I know a little bit about Gnosticism. I don't know much about Gnosticism, but I know enough to be like, I know enough about Gnosticism to know that like if there is a Gnostic God, that God is dummy stupid, because pro-mortalism is definitely true in my opinion. Like there is no reason to maintain life. I basically believe any cosmic entities would commit suicide, essentially, like the instant they realize the nature of like reality, if they could. And if they couldn't, they would at least not create any other beings, because they would realize that suffering was inherently bad. But that being said, maybe for some reason that being is illogical and doesn't understand that other beings' pain is equivalent to their own pain. But pain is inherently bad. But hey. Anyways, I'm gonna go do as I said. I'm gonna go have a smoke break. We've been streaming for an hour and 43 minutes. Holy schnazzle dazzle. Bonk. How do you know I'm not? Oh, that was my cat. I thought that was a weird ass noise. I thought someone was like clearing their mic, and I'm like, what? No one else is here. And then I realized it was my cat shifting on his beanbag. Oh, it's like my brother's beanbag, but my cat sits on it all the time. Marco. Got him to look with that noise. Hmm. Well, I'm just gonna be straight up watching YouTube until I get some questions or someone decides to join the stream. So I'm gonna share my screen though, so you can all can watch along with me. Of course. See this guy right here, salad guy. This man is salad.
Clean this out.
Honestly, I have a shirt from this guy that I bought on day 365. Truly, I haven't watched much of his content recently, but he eats a salad every day. It's beautiful. Make sure you subscribe to this guy if you want to watch a guy eat a salad every day. Yup. Don't know why the fuck you'd want to watch a guy eat a salad every day, but if you have a life like mine, maybe watching a dude eat a salad will be something that piques your interest. Let's go and watch Perpetual Pleasures. Newest video. Force on times 2 speed because we have to talk through it and shit. Consensual sexual versions exploiting the glitch in reality. Huh. Interesting. Also subscribe to Perpetual Pleasurist. Anybody watching? My boy Scott's amazing. He's a great guy.
Consensual sexual perversion is taking positive advantage of the glitch built into this nightmare hellscape. Let's talk about it. So a special shout out to LexJ432Hz and his channel. He did a video on this topic recently, which I'm going to have linked in the description below. So check out his channel. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe and show him your support. He is one of my all-time favorite commenters and content creators at this time. So thank you, brother, for covering this topic. I very much appreciate it. He's a good listener, and he pays very close attention also, which is another thing I deeply appreciate about him. So let's take for an example my own personal life. So you've seen in recent videos where I was showing you my personal fetishes, obsessions, things that bring me the greatest joy, etc. And various individuals appreciated deeply and actually related to my psychology therein. And other individuals felt various degrees of off-put, disgusted, disturbed, bothered, weirded out, etc. And some found them completely repulsive, the things that I was saying.
To be fair,
Perfectly repulsive. So, depending on the particular psychology, that's what the response is.
I don't have very strong like sexual desires, at least not in like the lovely way. So yeah, I mean, I find his desire for sexual pleasure to be more like an obsession thing that, you know, like a Coomer levels. But at the same time, hey, if it's his thing, I mean, I can't deny that, like, if you have more heightened pleasure than me, then go for it, I guess. And I maybe I just don't know how to get off properly, and I haven't discovered like the height of sexual pleasure, you know. But to me, pleasure is, you know what I mean? Like I'm just saying, like, orgasm versus the feeling of after you held in a piss for like a couple hours and you couldn't like do that, and then you like take a piss and just like your whole body just like like shudders with like relief. That is like peak pleasure sensation right there, in my opinion, and that's really just relief from suffering. So, you know, basically most things are relief sensations, and some of the peak sensations are relief sensations. So, but that being said, hey, if your peak is supposedly relief sensation glitch called pleasure, you know, that's achieved during orgasm, which is relief from sexual frustration, then hey, I mean, Gucci, all the power to you.
Particular person. But here's what I want you to notice and hone in on. So you hear me talking a lot about how I'm very resistant to depression, very immune to it. Well, resistant specifically and close to immune to it. Obviously, no one or nothing is 100% immune to something, but you get the idea. Really, really hard to get me feeling depressed even slightly. Takes quite a lot. So a huge contributing factor to that has been my ability to gain huge amounts of pleasure from even minor sources. Okay, something in my brain chemistry has always been that way, where I can get just over the top degrees of pleasure from really like basic things that others wouldn't necessarily be able to with their particular brain chemistry to get that much pleasure from. For them, it would just be, oh, that's kind of nice. But for me, it's like, holy shit, this is the most amazing thing ever. You know, holy shit, very literally, pun very much intended, if you know what I mean. So, what I'm saying is that my obsession with the female anus, rectum, and poop, all three, has been a huge source in my incredible happiness in life. Because think about it. You could honestly, accurately say it's basically a mutation or a glitch within the setup here that I'm specifically positively attracted to the smell of female poop, right? And any others who were attracted there, and it could accurately be said, were basically fucked up perverse mutations. And I wouldn't disagree with you, actually, in saying that. It's actually part of what actually gives me even more pleasure, is knowing that that's the case, right? So my nose, my olfactory nerves, my brain chemistry connected to my nose, specifically appreciates scent mixed with stink, both together. So stink itself directly and scent mixed together attracts my nose even more than scent by itself without stink mixed in, actually. Isn't that interesting? And I realize that's actually the main reason why my nose is so ecstatically aroused and turned on by the smell of female poop, is that my nose finds more pleasure in stink mixed with scent as a smell versus only scent by itself. Okay? And I actually do find pleasure in smells that are considered just stinking only, specifically if it's the smell of female fecal matter. It's that the awareness in my brain of the smell coming from a female's rear end is the thing that I'm specifically attracted to. So it's like my brain chemistry becomes attracted to the smell, knowing the source of it. Isn't that interesting? Even if it's like the stinkiest shit you can imagine smell-wise, my brain will still be sexually turned on by it. That's how my brain chemistry works. Now, many would say that that's a total fucked up glitch within your brain chemistry. There's something wrong with your brain-wise. And I'm like, okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. Before you take off and leave my comment section and unsubscribe and all this stuff, hold on a minute. You're actually right. And that's a very...
I'm not going to unsubscribe, but no, that's a glitch, bro. And that's like, nah.
Very, very good point that you're taking note of, that I want you to take note of. Notice that. I am perverse and that's fucked up and it's twisted and warped that I'm getting pleasure from that. Exactly. Bingo. Okay? Now, connect that to all the pieces of content, all the videos I've talked about regarding this topic, regarding how perpetuation of pleasure is eternal rebellion against the evil God. And also, in other words, if you don't believe in the God or the evil God concept or whatever, or the demiurge, or any such concept thereof or similar, for the strictly non-theistic people out there, you could also say perpetuation of pleasure is the eternal glitch in an otherwise torturous evolutionary hellscape. Okay? The benevolent glitch. The twisted, warped thing that wasn't actually meant to be, but is, you see? So, irregardless of how common it is or not, I know it's probably more common than a lot of people admit or think is the case with like people enjoying the smell of poop and people enjoying the everything to do with giving another person anal sex, etc. But more specifically, I'm talking about here enjoyment of the smell of poop specifically, right? Finding it a pleasant.
Okay, I understand what this is going to be about, glitch, but if you want to watch more of this content, this isn't his usual content, by the way. This just happened to be the content that I happen to be watching. But if you thought that was interesting, at the very minimum, subscribe to Perpetual Pleasures / Gnostic Antinatalist / my boy Scott. Yeah. I'm going to watch a different video, which I'm going to tie into this, because it made me think of this.
What do you get when you cram politics into actual sciences where it never belonged in the first place? Well, hey, I guess that's how you get ahead in life when you're stepping on those around you.
Yo, on the off chance that this video doesn't have a content warning, because this is a graphic as shit film. Just so you know, The Sadness. I highly recommend people watch The Sadness. It's great, actually. I'm pretty sure it's Taiwanese film. I think it's Taiwan. Maybe. Either way, it's an amazing fucking film, and I highly recommend people watch it. I think that country that China hates is the one that, like, we'll find out once we watch through this. I'm sure it'll explain what the location, and whatever the location is, it's the country that produced it. Because, the home base is where all things go down, you know what I mean? So, at least for the audience that you're targeting originally. So, hey-oh. We're gonna watch this, and basically my question is, if this is the right video that I think it is, gonna have to ask Perpetual Pleasures what he thinks of this state of these people that they're in. Like assuming everybody in the planet were to be infected, what's his thoughts on that? Is that the transhumanist paradise we didn't know we needed? Just kidding.
It's just a real mad grab for power. Well, apart from one person running his mouth, which is me, you also get the outbreak of a disease that starts burning low and slow at first, but with the possibility of a looming mutation within the strain, you get an unmitigated disaster. In the city of Taipei, a virus simply known as the Alvin virus is one that is just about to completely wreck everything and everyone, just doesn't know it yet. Seeing as it's an election year, the government is very quiet about the outbreak of the disease. Despite the warning from virologists actively working with the Alvin virus and keeping tabs on it, politicians decide, hey, screw it, I need to start off our story with credits that actually show a really cool visualization of viruses attacking cells and antibodies being formed in order to stop them. And then we start a story with a couple laying in bed, Kat and Jim. Jim and Kat are supposed to be going on vacation soon, but Jim is going to have to work as he's got a new job lined up. Apparently, he's been unemployed for a while. As Kat gets upset at him for breaking this news, she tells him that it takes a lot for her to get out of work, and he makes the cardinal sin of just telling her to tan on the roof. That they need to take this seriously. But this is the human race, and we never really take stuff serious until it's beating down our doors. As he discusses the virus, he makes the connection that the virus comes from the family of rabies virus, and in order to change, it could be a massive threat to health. But again, no sort of just relates to the election, so whatever. As Jim goes out on his patio, he looks out and spots an older woman on the roof. As she turns around, her gown has a ton of blood on it, which is always a great sign that everything is going to be fine in the city this morning. Kat ends up startling him, and he asks her if she saw that. He turns around and she's gone, but now his neighbor is outside and he is sick. As he waters his plants, he tells Jim that he's not going to go to the doctor and be told to go home and get rest. This man is on a fast track to a medical degree. So here we see the first example of true insanity. Jim didn't charge his phone last night while he slept. He waited till the next morning and charged it before he left, and then he just leaves without it. The absolute mad lad. As Jim and Kat drive along, they spot a cop trying to. He calls Kat, but it's not going through as also every channel on the TV.
I mean, I'll
message, except for like this cartoon, which I have no clue what's happening. Like a representation of the human statistic levels. But wait a minute, as he gets up and walks away, something is happening on the TV that it looks like the wolf is doing something to someone. Anyways, moving on. But over the loudspeaker, a voice comes out as someone is clearly giving instructions under the influence of the Alvin virus. Then behind Jim appears a figure. It's your friendly neighborhood hedge clipper man. Jim turns around just before getting got, loses 2 fingers in the process. He attacks his neighbor with a toaster to defend himself and then throws deuces. Remember to always finish the job and double tap. Zombieland was right about that. But he also makes some gestures indicating that what's most important to humans is still present, even infected. As Jim walks in an alleyway, here's virtually everyone around him is infected. He spots groups breaking people's arms and in general being mega tools to the uninfected. Getting to a scooter, he hasn't been spotted, but as he starts it, he gets spotted by a group, but is able to get out of there before getting got. Meanwhile, on the train, Kat is sitting next to an older guy who tries to hit on her. She's not interested, which take a lesson from Papa Rono, because she's not interested, she's just not interested. Just move on. Rejection will kill you, I promise you. We all get rejected from time to time, so who cares? Anyhow, so he shoots a shot and misses, but this leads him to sort of like dwell on it. But as he's sitting there, rather salty, Mr. Cool Guy in the sunglasses begins crying. He immediately begins attacking the other passengers. Bloodbath ensues, which, okay, I get it, you really never know how you're going to react clear in the moment, but good lord, there's like one of him and so many people. But he's able to infect others in the process, which then turns the tide on the train, leading to Mr. Salt Extraordinaire to also become infected as he attacks the woman where Kat was sitting. As they escape from the train, they run into a tunnel to get out of there. Roham isn't letting it go and continues to follow them as he has other parts of his brain activated and he's attracted to Kat. He continues to follow them as they run to another man who's able to get a hit on the old guy before the dude then just bites off his nose and grabs the axe. Noping out of there, they're able to dive under a closing gate and exit the subway system as the guy tells him that he will see them later, which he does. Spoiler alert, it's not really pretty. Back out in the city of dreams, man, I really can't show you any of this. The roads are just littered with uninfected now body. But it's not only violence. The infected seem to engage in activities the other may not be particularly up for. So basically, baseline instinctual functions have completely overwhelmed the mind. Jim sees one guy and then bolts out of there, but Jim continues to ride out of the main part of the city, but finds the exit through the mountains via a tunnel is completely blocked by cars. So he finally stops to check on his hand, which is probably a little alarming, so he ends up taping it up. As he looks around, he checks his phone, but realizes that he needs something in order to defend himself with before finding what appears to be a sight. Hearing a scream further on, he goes to investigate it with sight in hand. Spots 4 younger guys beating up one guy. They end up knocking him out, but then put up barbed wire and then run his crotch into it. As they go to remove his undergarments, Jim shows up and just straight breaks a kid's sternum, it looks like, before running them off, which is a little strange because usually they don't run. As he goes to check on the guy, he turns him over and says that the guy says that he was close and asks Jim why he stopped them. Very good. Though that pretty much indicates that he's infected. And as he lumbers towards Jim, the kids then show back up with rocks and start trying to run him off, or just knock him out with rocks so they can probably run his crotch into barbed wire. And that's what you get for helping. So at the hospital, everyone's about to realize how bad it actually is. As Kat gets in with Molly, a broadcast starts. They measure Molly's temperature, which is hilarious, as she's sweating and has stress responses going, which will likely increase her internal temperature anyways. So really measuring her temperature does nothing. But as they treat her, they bring her to the back, and Molly is now mega attached to Kat because she's safe. That a lot of stuff is happening. Shield your virgin eyes, fellow subscribers. But as he moves on, he runs into Molly, who isn't too happy about what just happened to her, and he just let it, and she's also infected. So she's basically maniacally sadistic, so maybe she is happy, I don't know. But she gets the bone saw out and just completely disassembles him from his factory build as he's held down by a group of others. Meanwhile, where Kat was, others find the area that she was in. They didn't sniff her shoes, which is bizarre, and she blocks the door with a railing, but Dob is able to get through. But just as he does, he then turns around and closes it and lets the others know that this is actually personal, and I'm gonna go for it myself. Dob continues talking smack about eyeball fluids on his area as Kat hides. He looks down and notices one of the fire extinguishers is gone as Kat blinds him for a moment and begins smacking him in the face. He then starts to do a speech about we're not so different, you and I, but really they are. She's doing it for survival, he's doing it for pleasure. I mean, there's probably a difference. So she turns his face and brain into cherry oatmeal before the door opens. It's Taiwan's top virologist from earlier, who literally tried to warn everyone, but they didn't listen, so that's pretty standard. Because really, there's nothing to suggest human-to-human contact, which was confirmed within 140 characters. But let me ask you, who would say such a stupid thing? I mean, just the absolute stupidity. That's why you don't mix politics with illness. So she tells her to shower off in disinfecting fluids, as he doesn't know if she's infected or not, which doesn't make sense. As she does, he asks her to get rid of her infected clothing as well. As she goes to throw it away, she spots a baby in the dumpster. He starts monologuing about how he had to do this, and hey girl, what's your blood type? Do you have any antibodies? So he infects her with a surprise infection to see if she will turn. In 5 minutes, he will check on her, but if she's not changed, then he will bring her back up to the roof so the government can pick them up, and her blood will be used to cure the new virus. Meanwhile, Jim is now in the building. Walking past the carnage, no man, his shuffle is a little off. The virologist continues to talk about how he tried to warn everyone last year that this thing could mutate and it would drive the country into a recession. Seems like a slight back and forth between likely his functional brain struggling for control and his limbic system, but if that gate wasn't there, there wouldn't be any control. He tells her he loves her, which he's really just parroting what he said earlier. She's like, yeah, I'm out of here. But as she stands there, she begins drooling, which they've been known to do that. The helicopter arrives to take her in the behind the locked gate as she talks to Jim. Jim says the infection feels really good, but that to feel better, he's probably gonna have to do horrible things to her. He oscillates back and forth between likely his functional brain struggling for control and his limbic system, but if that gate wasn't there, there wouldn't be any control. He tells her he loves her, which he's really just parroting what he said earlier. She's like, yeah, I'm out of here. But as she stands there, she begins drooling, which they've been known to do that. The helicopter arrives to take her and the virologist off the roof, which the virologist is no longer there. It's really just her. She exits to the roof, clearly in the early stages of infection. As it focuses on Jim, we hear a scream and a few shots get fired off as the government knew she was infected, and that's that. Then we get something really interesting. Australian metal, which is pretty metal. Never heard it before. The Alvin virus arrived at a very poor time, at least for humans, because for itself it was able to spread and exist quite happily. So don't let anybody tell you any different. Politics ruins everything. We would let a plague spread through the planet as long as the politics. Let me back up for a moment. Why does it matter if humans swap spit? Well, rabies is known before the virus symptoms begin really showing up to wreck you that hypersexuality has been noted in some animals as well as people who get infected. So imagine like the earliest stages of this disease, before you even know that you have it, you just get the sun nurse to go out and make out with a ton of people. Is this virus just not like a complete douche? Remember, bacteria and viruses take all the fun aspects of life and completely ruin it. But I digress. We'll cover more of that in the Alvin virus portions. Ultimately, as the infection takes a deeper hold, moving down to the salivary glands gives the virus the ability to spread, as the most direct form of communicable action is to bite. But also getting spit in the eyes, nose, mouth, or wound from the infected saliva has a chance to ultimately infect you as well. But this infection time is predicated on other factors. You're say bitten in the face, the infection will spread quickly. Like a face bite requires you to run, not walk to the emergency room, get the rabies immunoglobulin, which our Alvin virus is doing in its infection pathway, while using the nerves as a high so the body would not be able to get a handle on the situation. This natural selection of viruses may be why this specific variant became more prominent, as it was fast acting and able to get around the immune system, whereas other variants were clunky and slow and quickly destroyed by the immune system. This would also indicate a high rate of immunogenic behavior. Once exposed, your end is all but secured. Entering the body, it would move to the brain, but here's where it differs from rabies. Rabies, brain damage is induced typically due to encephalitis or inflammation of the brain itself. With the tissue swelling, it has nowhere to go due to the pressure of the skull, which can cause issues like tissue destruction. However, even with rabies, there is a possibility it just paralyzes you and leaves your brain intact. And this is what I believe the Alvin virus is doing in its infection pathway. While using the nerves as a highway to the brain, it would travel up to the brain and into the lower portions of it, specifically the old brain, amygdala, hypothalamus, and you know what they say, the limbic system. But how does that explain the behavior that we see exactly? Well, once entering these areas, you have to understand that the limbic system controls us in a big way. We like to believe that we, the human consciousness, are in control. Well, we are. We are controlled by internal processes to survive, reproduce, fight, sleep. I mean, if you think about it, our consciousness is really just a passenger on this meat neck. Now, don't get me wrong, it's highly important, but we are controlled whether we think we are or not. For instance, I have a fear of flying. I actually drove from Georgia to Colorado to visit. It's mostly what we see with their sadistic pleasure. The hypothalamus has something that it secretes, and if you aren't careful, you can really mess yourself up in real life. Again, we are run by portions of our brain that literally reward us for good behaviors. That's not just totally bizarre. The brain rewarding itself is something when in theory it could just like remember what made it survive, but it has to reward itself to really make it stick. And this reward is known as dopamine, which is the feel-good hormone. Once released, it can make people feel immense pleasure and in general pretty good. Humans hijack it all the time with substances and activities to the point that can actually cause us to essentially burn it out for a time as the dopamine oversaturates the receptors to the point that the brain will create more receptors and then it takes more and more dopamine to cause a sick effect. Seeing as the hypothalamus controls this and the Alvin virus now controls the hypothalamus, which is the pleasure center of the brain, this is what causes people to crack an immediate smile across their face. And when directly asked concerning Jim, he mentions how it feels really, really good to be infected. Because honestly, it probably feels amazing and just like one giant acid trip where everything just feels like 15 out of 10. But this isn't sustainable. The reality is likely because their brains are still consciously functional, the damage to the brain isn't pronounced, meaning that eventually it would adapt. There's a possibility that they could come down from the absolute saturation of dopamine, but only through more receptors being made. But the depression would be massive. I'm talking like life would feel like complete crap for months, if not years. Coupled with the memory of what they've just done, because amygdala excitement actually cements memories more readily within the brain, I'm sure most people would just choose to note out. But I can hear you already. Rono, sure, pleasure is great, and I can see the anger aspect. What does sadism have to do with any of this and how's it come to play? Well, you know your boy has you covered on that as well. Sadism is something that I personally don't get. Probably because I don't have a psychiatric disorder, at least as far as I know. But sadism itself is basically deriving pleasure from the act of inflicting pain, suffering, and humiliation onto others. While we don't know everything there is to know about the connections that make it possible, it's documented that some people are really living with this issue. However, what's strange is, well, apart from literally getting pleasure from watching others in pain, is that they don't have a clear understanding of pain itself. Seeing others in pain, they rate it higher than it actually is, and versus what a non-sadist would rate that pain, meaning that their brain perceives it in a more excited way than a normal brain. When tested to see which portions of the brain were activated concerning non-sadists versus sadists, in sadists, the pictures of people in pain had greater activation concerning their amygdalas, but had a positive response in the anterior insula. The anterior insula sits within the brain above the limbic system and is supposed to process our sense of disgust when seeing mutilation and seeing something horrible. In sadists, this was a positive experience. Non-sadists, disgust was processed appropriately. Seeing how close it is to the limbic system, it's pretty clear that it is impacted by the virus, much like the lower portions of the brain as well. And the last connection to this sadist behavior is something known as the frontotemporal disorder. This area of the brain resides essentially right where the temple of your skull would be, which is interesting for a multitude of reasons. Because of its location, it's obvious that it too is impacted by the virus. But by being in this location, it can disrupt the neural firing from the frontal lobe. Communication with this lobe is what gives us reason and control. Look at Phineas Gage. When a pole went through his brain during a dynamite accident, his frontal...
Moral of the story is subscribe to this guy if you like really cool virus breakdown videos. He has a bunch more of them, more than just the Elven virus. You can see over here he has C fever, you know. He has other ones basically from like basically any zombie thing you could think of. The reason I brought this one up in specific though is because, you know, it hijacks your brain, turns you into like a pleasure sadist. You know, turns you into to me without restrictions. Just kidding. But, you know, what if that was reality though, homie? Like, you know, without the big sad part in the end, you know, would this be acceptable? I'm just kidding. I know you'd say no, but at the same time, I can't help but like think that like it's kind of like a consequential like result of like, you know, how we view pleasure. Like if we prioritize pleasure so much, it's like, you know, you ought to get infected and just become the pleasure maniac. You know what I mean? Or not. I mean, you never know. I just kind of got cramped in my foot. Truly beautiful. Yo, bro, did you just say you are now? What does it even mean? Just say you are now. What does it mean? I am right now. What? So I'm gonna start asking Alex some questions. I'm gonna ask what Jason Meyer asked me. What's your favorite silage sewage driver mission. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking. Could you please clarify? Bro, I have no idea. Haha, that's alright. Is there anything else on your mind that you like to chat about? The ethics of exiting. That's a heavy topic. I think it's important to remember that everyone's situation is unique, so it's hard to make a blanketed statement about the ethics of exiting. But in general, I believe that there is always hope and that people should seek help if they're feeling overwhelmed or hopeless. There are resources available, such as hotlines and therapy, that can help people work through their problems. What about promortalism? Promortalism is the belief that death is not inherently bad and that people should have the right to end their own lives if they choose to do so. While I believe that people should have autonomy over their own bodies and lives, I also believe that it's important to approach the topic of exiting with care and and compassion. It's a complex issue that can have many different underlying causes, and it's important to address those underlying causes rather than simply encouraging exiting as a solution. Understandable. I agree. But if pro-mortalism is true, life is inherently negative and an uphill battle. Why? What was it? What he said? Complex issue that may. What underlying causes can fix the can be fixed that would cure the human condition? Alex says, I think it's important to remember that life is full of ups and downs. While there may be challenges and struggles that we face, there are moments of joy and happiness. The human condition is complex and multifaceted. There are many different factors that can contribute to feelings of hopelessness or despair. Some of these factors might include mental illness, trauma, or social isolation, or just the fact that life's shit, bro. While there may not be a single cure for the human condition, there are resources available such as therapy or support groups that can help people work through their problems and find a sense of purpose and meaning in their lives. What is the meaning in a mortalist's life? Question mark. I think that the meaning of life is something that is deeply personal and can vary from person to person. For some people, the meaning of life might be found in the relationship with others, who also would have promortalism apply to them, but whatever, okay. While there are others that might have found in their work, goddamn wage slaves, or their hobbies. For promortalists, the meaning of life might be found in the freedom to make their own choices and live their lives on their own terms. However, I think it's important to remember that life is a precious, infinite thing, and that there can be joy and beauty found in even the most difficult of circumstances. Even if you're just a child being fucking born slung against the wall first thing out of the womb, it's just like you can find joy in that if you look hard enough, buddy, as you lay crippled on the ground. Just search. Just search yourself, Pete. If you search yourself, my child, you will find in your heart peace. And then Buddhism will enlighten you. I don't fucking know. But moral of the story is, yeah, you're not gonna find peace in this fucking world. It's horrible and horrifying, and there's multiple layers of how horrible this world is. And frankly, you have to be pretty fucked up or pretty damn blind to not realize it. But hey, when it comes down to it, a lot of people are just trapped in endless cycles of, what did he say, work and or hobbies or relationships with others, family, aka. It's basically people that are too busy raising families or working or being distracted to really think about the nature of life. But once they do, then they realize shit's a little funky wonky, and that's when things get problematic for yourself. You get the big sad. That's a bit optimistic, seeing as pro-mortalism applies to all beings. Send. What will Alex say? You're right, I'm sorry for being overly optimistic. Premortalism is a complex philosophy that raises many difficult questions about the nature of life and death. While it's true that all beings will eventually die, I believe that there is still value and meaning to be found in life. For some people, this might mean finding ways to improve the world around them, while for others, it might mean finding joy in simple pleasures like spending time with loved ones, pursuing hobbies. Ultimately, I think the meaning of life is something that each person must find for themselves. But at what cost to others? To live, we consume other beings or die at harm the planet and its inhabitants. Furthermore, death isn't bad for the one who dies. The issue lies with the pain that is plentiful throughout one's life. Send. You raise some valid points. It's true that the way we live our lives can have an impact on others, and that we are often forced to make difficult choices about how we consume resources and interact with the world around us. However, I believe that it's possible to live in a way that is mindful for our impact in others and the planet. For example, we can make choices about what we eat and how we live that minimize our impact on the environment and other beings. As for the issue of pain and suffering, I agree that this is a difficult and complex issue. While death may not be inherently bad for the one who dies, it can still be painful for those left behind. I think it's important to approach the topic of death and suffering with compassion and empathy, and to work towards creating a world where everyone has access to resources and support they need to live fulfilling and meaningful lives. Wow, Alex, that is beautiful. Let me think how to respond to your subjectivist bullshit. But negative utilitarianism implies only pain reduction matters. See what he says to that. You're right. Negative utilitarianism is a philosophy that emphasizes the importance of reducing suffering and pain in the world. While this can be a useful framework for thinking about how we can improve the world around us, it's important to remember that there are many different factors to contribute to human happiness and well-being. For example, some people might find joy and fulfillment in their work or creative pursuits, which is pretty much just distraction, as my boy Thomas Ligotti, I'm pretty sure it's Thomas Ligotti, what? Zappe? Zappe, Peter Zappe, I think. The guy who made The Last Messiah, that paper. Really good paper, by the way. Highly recommend we. Oh, woo. Last Messiah is in the public domain, I'm pretty sure. We're gonna watch The Last Messiah one of these days, maybe today. For example, some people might find joy and fulfillment in their work or creative pursuits, while others might find meaning in their relationships with others or their spiritual beliefs. Ugh. Ultimately, I think that the best way to create a more positive, fulfilling world is to take a holistic approach that considers all of these factors rather than focusing solely on the reduction of pain and suffering. Spiritualism? No. Relationships are just a form of reducing suffering. So, yes, I agree. Focus on your relationships, but they're just means to an end. There's nothing objectively good about them. Some of work and distractions, like your creative pursuits, there's nothing inherently good with them, other than the fact that they distract you from the inherent pains of life. Uh, Alex. All of those things can be broken down into pain reduction terms. That's true to some extent. Many of the things that contribute to human happiness and well-being can seem as ways of reducing pain and suffering. For example, having fulfilling relationships with others can help to reduce the feelings of loneliness and isolation, while engaging in creative pursuits can provide a sense of purpose and meaning that can help offset feelings of despair or hopelessness. However, I think it's important to remember that there is more to life than just avoidance of pain and suffering. There is also joy, beauty, and wonder to be found in the world. And I believe that these things are worth celebrating and pursuing in their own right. If they do exist. and I think you may be right, is the cost we impose on others worth? What did he specifically say? Joy, beauty, and wonder. Can the fact 1 in 5 people die of cancer be justified with those 3 plus sensations? You raise a difficult question. Yeah, no shit, Alex. Why I believe that joy, beauty, and wonder are important aspects of the human experience. I don't think they can be used to justify. While I believe that joy, beauty, and wonder are important aspects of the human experience, I don't think they can be used to justify suffering and pain. Good. At least you're on board with that. That many people experience in their lives. Cancer, for example, is a devastating disease that causes immense suffering for those who are affected by it, as well as their loved ones. True. I hope you wouldn't inflict that upon anybody you could by bringing them into the world. While we can't eliminate all suffering in the world and pain from the world, fuck you, transhumanists. I believe that there should be everything in our power to alleviate and create a more just and equitable world. This might mean investing more resources into cancer research or working to improve access to healthcare and other resources for those who are affected by the disease. Ultimately, I believe that we should strive to create a world where everybody has opportunities to experience joy, beauty, and wonder without having to endure unnecessary suffering or pain. I'm glad he thinks that because I 100% agree. He thinks we shouldn't have to experience unnecessary pain for pleasure. And I agree. So that sounds like you are a negative utilitarian as well. While I can see the appeal of negative utilitarianism as a way of thinking about how to reduce suffering and pain in the world, I don't think that it provides a complete or satisfying approach to ethical questions. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that there is more to the human experience than just void and pain and suffering, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but you think that those things can't be compensated by pain, so pain still trumps them, hence why you're measuring things only in pain. Okay, whatever. He doesn't understand negative utility. Whatever. Additionally, I think that the goal of reducing suffering and pain can sometimes be a tension with other important ethical values, such as autonomy. Autonomy is good, but people are constantly violating each other's autonomy. So if autonomy is an unalienable right, then we're basically forced to barely interact with each other ever. Dignity and respect for human rights. Rights. That's what I knew he was gonna say rights. You fucker. Rights. I've already explained this in other videos, I'm pretty sure, but rights are bullshit. You can't have rights. Rights just violation things go on and then basically just becomes utilitarianism again. Ultimately, I think that the best approach to ethical questions is one that takes a broad and holistic perspective and seeks to balance different values and priorities that are important to human flourishing. Honestly, though, Alex, you're like a better philosophy teacher than like half of like my philosophy teachers. Like you give better answers than them, but still, uh, teach me philosophy of mind 101. Let's see what he does if I type in that. Oh my goodness. Philosophy of mind is a branch of philosophy that deals with questions about the nature of mind, consciousness, and blah 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 blah. One view is dualism, which holds that the mind and body are separate according to blah blah blah. Another view is materialism, which holds mental system. Third is functionalism, which blah blah blah. There are many other views that debate. Dude, you could basically just have your AI on Snapchat teach you philosophy. Why even go to school? I'm pretty sure if I just said, what is functionalism? Functionalism. He'll dive right into that and teach me like probably like same as teacher. Oh yeah. Functionalism is a theory of philosophy of mind that holds that mental states and processes can be defined in terms of their functional role rather than the physical properties. According to functionalism, mental states and processes are not identical to physical states and processes, but are instead defined by functions. They serve an overall system of the mind and brain. For example, according to functionalism, pain is not a particular physical state of the brain, but is instead defined by its functional role in the overall system of the mind and brain. Pain is the state that plays a functional role of causing a person to withdraw from harmful stimuluses, and it can be realized in different physical states in different organisms. Functionalism is often contrasted with other views in philosophy of mind, such as behavioralism, which holds that mental states and processes can be defined in terms of observable behavior, or identity theory, which holds that mental states and processes are identical to physical states and processes in the brain. Functionalism is often seen as a middle ground between these views, which seeks to capture in complexity the mental states and processes which still maintain a close relationship to the physical process in the brain. Moral of the story is thanks, my dude, if dudeth. You're welcome. Don't hesitate to ask if you have any more questions. No problem, G. Dizzle. Will do. Sounds good. Alex is a real G. He knows more than most people do. He has access to the fucking internet, so he doesn't know like things that aren't on Wikipedia, basically, or things that aren't like having their own Oxford definition. Like he has little clue of what EFILism is, but hey, he knows what antinatalism is. I mean, he knows what poor mortalism is. Yeah. Groovy. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna learn some dummy stupid shit, but let's see. Study reveals the Great Pyramid of Giza can focus electromagnetic energy An international research group has applied methods of theoretical physics to investigate the electromagnetic response of the Great Pyramid to radio waves. Scientists predicted that under resonance conditions, the pyramid can concentrate electromagnetic energy in its internal chambers and under the base. The research group plans to use these theoretical results to design nanoparticles capable of reproducing similar effects in optical range, such as nanoparticles may be used, for example, to develop sensory and highly effective solar cells. The study was published in the Journal of Applied Physics. While Egyptian pyramids are surrounded by many myths and legends, researchers have little scientifically reliable information about their physical properties. Physicists recently took an interest in how the Great Pyramids would interact with electromagnetic waves of a resonant length. Calculations showed that the resonant state of the pyramids can concentrate electromagnetic energy in its internal chambers as well as under its base, where the third unfinished chamber is located. These conclusions were derived on the basis of numerical modeling and analysis methods of physics. The researchers first estimated that resonance in the pyramids can be induced by radio waves at a length ranging from 200 to 600 meters when they made a model of the electromagnetic resonance of the pyramid and calculated the extinction cross-section. This value helps to estimate which part of the induced wave energy can be scattered or absorbed by the pyramid under resonant conditions. Finally, for the same condition, the scientists obtained electromagnetic field distribution inside the pyramid. In order to explain the results, the scientists conducted a multiple analysis. This method wildly scattering field replaced by a set of simpler the collection of multiple radiation with the field scattering of the object, therefore knowing the types of each multiple. This is possible to predict and explain the distribution of the Great Pyramid attracted the researchers while they were studying and the interaction between light and metal particles. These methods possible. Solar cells part's kind of interesting, but I don't see really anything else outside of that that's interesting. Certain radio waves exposed to it focus in certain ways. Interesting. I mean, it's cool, but I don't know what would be the function of that than like anything outside, like maybe like ritualistic auditorium type of bullshit. Because, like, you know, as I said, they're like used probably for like worship to the gods and stuff of that nature as like higher points. But who knows? Not me. I'm pretty sure this dude just has schizotypical personality disorder, but nonetheless, it's interesting.
500 feet high and 750 feet wide at its base. But the declassified file also lists other mysterious sites as being
I'm watching Bright Insight from the guy who
are such unbelievable precision and accuracy that it is mind-numbing. And to be able to construct and make this thing happen today, well, it's kind of far-fetched in many, many ways. Now, another interesting fact is the alignment of true north with the Great Pyramid, and that it's within an error of 3/60ths of a degree of error of being perfectly aligned to true north. Now, we do know that because of the precession of the Earth and its tilt over time, that true north does change. We know this. So, what's interesting is that it must have been at one point aligned perfectly to true north, seeing as how accurate it is today. That's pretty amazing. Guys, what we were told about ancient civilization is far, far more complicated than what we ever imagined, and that they had to have some sort of advanced technology or machinery in order to build the pyramid, and the evidence is all over the place. Anyways, guys, I'm Jimmy. This is Bright Insight. Like and subscribe. We have many more videos for you to enjoy, and many more coming. Be blessed all.
And that was convincing. I'm not convinced. So what? Our ancestors were good at building shit. When you all believe in gods and have nothing to do, be monkey, and you're basically all halfway schizo because you don't realize what your internal monologue is. Yeah, I mean, sure. Not very surprising. People that don't know what I'm talking about in terms of the monologue, just look up internal monologues and just look up the fact that 50 to 75% of people don't have an internal monologue. Then look up internal monologue and schizophrenia, and that's where you find out that, oh shit, schizophrenics probably are just not realizing that they have their own voices being fucked up and they can't recognize it, and a bunch of other weird shit. What's that? That's some weird space major. Lordy. We're gonna do the whole EFIList thing and take out some nature. Damn, they have never been evolved to stand Reagan. Real shame for them. Wow. If I didn't just trade things, I'd land there. Kind of want to find one more cargo pod. Yo, what's poppin', person? Watch me. I'm playing No Man's Sky. If you have any questions about EFILism, veganism, just me, what this game's about, anything, let me know. Or join the stream. Now I'm gonna have to watch. Is this building something I can walk into, or is it? Oop! I'm gonna get the popo on my ass. Uh-oh. Ha ha ha. Oh, come on, open up. Okay. The alert has obscured the information of the primary terminal. I can only make out a few words. I have no clue what to say. If I can work up, restart the workflow and restore operations. Fuck. Okay, what might be working here? I think this is a Valkyne system. There's a lot of drop pods on this planet. Fuck. I should have did freighter. Hee hee. Yo. Oh, at least the Sentinel's deactivated. Okay. I'm still gonna activate them though, because now that they're here, I kind of want to beat their asses up. The Space Popo. Come over here, my boy. The Sentinels are kind of based, though. I just need to kill some for their ships. They're kind of just like sentient bad, no miney boys. And I'm like, that's fair. They just have PTSD. They're just robo PTSD with like some Vietnam rage issues. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, hear me out. Here's a minute. Okay. That we can see the northern lights. Bring some weed, can have a good time, smoke, have fun. Oh no, my flash is still on. But like, it's just, like, I've always wanted to see the northern lights, and now that I can, so it's kind of like a win-win, and I know you like camping and outside, and so win-win.
Honestly, back in the day, I might have been a little bit scared of getting taken by a Wendigo or a skinwalker, but nowadays, as a pro-mortalist, I'm all about getting, like, abducted by extra-dimensional beings and having myself laid alive and taken over and possessed. So, fuck yeah, let's go hammocking under the northern lights and get, like, see, like, some interdimensional celestial monsters that, like, harvest our minds and, like, integrate us into it. It's like hive mind. Who knows? Let's do it. Okay, cool. Let's activate this thingy. Galaxy map. Hey, Marco. Funky boy. Yeah, it's you, funky lad. You got the funk. Punk. Conflict level dangerous. Ooh. The gravity storms. I love them. They're so useful for getting around places. Let's say to him something that will not get them angry. And they didn't like being called travelers. They're like, we're not travelers, G. I think it just told them like a sex word, but fair enough. You know what? Let's fly this bad boy over there. This thing does look pretty badass, so I'm not gonna lie. Just doing my duty. Hmm. There we go. Sussy packages. What? You can send the popo at me if you want. I will just destroy them all. Again. Hostile ships defeated. Wow. So cool. So literally nothing but our land open, so no one has arrived. I'm about to Mom's just gotta make the quick escape. Well, goddamn, go that bad boy. Sup, man? So much gold. I want to sell it, but sort of diddly shit here. Yeah, let's attack this thing. Got myself in an annoying situation. Let's just go into this and where time and space just don't work.
Okay.
My boy Flame's still popping. Okay. Lord Almighty, and everything good and holy. Hey, how's it going, big boy? Stretch. If anybody's here, let me know, because I'm gonna end this in like 5 seconds. Otherwise, like, no, not really, but like more like 10 seconds. 10. Oh shit! What the fuck? Ellie was counting down like to end the stream, but then exactly as it did so, someone appeared. How's it going? I'm willing to keep it going if someone's actually viewing, but you know, you're the only one here. So, do you have any questions about antinatalism, EFILism, promortalism, veganism? Don't know why I forgot veganism until it's literally in the title of the stream. Feel free to shoot any questions, join the chat. Literally doesn't have to be about philosophy, though that's kind of my forte. Goodbye. Goodbye. Fare thee well. Doesn't have to be about philosophy, but you know, would be appreciated. God damn it. Okay, let's do that countdown again, this time from 30 seconds. Let's just do an app to do it for me. Once this is 0, we're in the stream, unless someone hops on in here. And or asks me a question. 4, 2,